Some jobs paid little, others paid in pain and a few paid with your dignity. In the Middle Ages, not everyone dreamed of becoming a knight. Someone had to clean the latrines, pluck the geese, scrape the tanning hides, and carry buckets of sewage through muddy streets. Tonight, we quietly wander through the worst jobs of medieval life, the ones nobody wanted. But someone always had to do, if softly told tales of grimy, forgotten work. Help your mind relax. You've found your quiet corner. Subscribe now and tap the bell icon for more sleepy strolls through history's least glamorous tasks. Before we continue, I'd love to know, where are you listening from and what time is it for you right now? It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching. You are standing at the edge of a medieval castle's garderobe, peering down into the black abyss that served as the communal toilet for hundreds of inhabitants. The smell that rises from this pit is beyond anything your modern senses could comprehend, a mixture of centuries-old human waste, rotting organic matter, and the sweet stench of decay that seems to cling to the very stones around you. This is where our story begins, in the realm of those who worked in darkness, both literal and spiritual, performing tasks that medieval society deemed necessary but utterly reprehensible. All that tells us that as the sun set each evening, around 9 o'clock, a peculiar breed of worker would emerge from the shadows of medieval England. These were the gong farmers, men who had accepted what was perhaps the most universally despised occupation in all of human history, while the rest of the world slumbered peacefully in their beds. These individuals descended into the bowels of castles, manor houses, and urban dwellings to perform a service that kept medieval society from drowning in its own filth. The term gong farmer itself carries the weight of medieval irony. Gong derived from the Old English word for privy or latrine, while farmer suggested cultivation, though what these men cultivated was far from the grain and vegetables their agricultural counterparts tended. Instead, they harvested the accumulated excrement of their social betters, a crop that grew whether tended or not, festering in darkness until it threatened to overwhelm the very foundations of medieval civilization. Picture, if you will, the scene as these night workers prepared for their shift. They would gather their simple tools, metal buckets that had seen better days, lengths of rope worn smooth from countless nights of hauling, shovels with handles blackened by years of unthinkable use, and crude wheelbarrows or carts that creaked under loads no decent person would want to contemplate. Their clothing was whatever they could afford to ruin permanently, for no amount of washing could ever truly cleanse garments that had been worn into the cesspits of medieval England. The work itself was a choreographed dance of desperate efficiency. All that describes how 3 or 4 men would typically be required for each job. One would descend into the pit itself, often up to his knees in centuries-old waste, armed with nothing but a shovel and the grim determination of the desperately poor. This unfortunate soul would begin the process of loading bucket after bucket with the accumulated filth, working by torchlight that cast dancing shadows on the stone walls around him. Above ground, his companions operated a rope and pulley system, hauling up bucket after bucket of human waste. The man at the top of the pit would empty each container into a wheelbarrow or cart, while others prepared for the journey to the town's boundaries, where this valuable fertilizer would be spread on fields or simply dumped in designated areas far from civilized habitation. The irony was not lost on medieval society that this waste, so reviled when it came from their own bodies, became precious fertilizer when processed through the labor of the gong farmers. But the physical demands of the work were only part of the misery these men endured. The psychological toll of spending night after night in such conditions can hardly be imagined. They worked in complete darkness, save for their flickering torches, breathing air so thick with noxious gases that many suffered from chronic respiratory ailments. The silence of the night was broken only by the scraping of shovels against stone, the splash of waste being disturbed, and the creaking of rope as endless buckets were hauled up from the depths. The danger was ever present and sometimes fatal. The most famous casualty of this profession was Richard the Raker, whose death in 1325 became legendary, not for his life's achievements, but for the manner of his demise. All that's records that Richard drowned in a cesspit when the wooden ceiling above him rotted through and collapsed, trapping him beneath tons of waste and debris. His death served as a grim reminder that gong farming was not merely unpleasant. Work it was genuinely perilous labor that claimed lives with disturbing regularity. The social isolation these men endured was perhaps as difficult as the physical demands of their work. Medieval society, while acknowledging the necessity of their services, wanted nothing to do with gong farmers as human beings. They were required to live in designated areas, separate from decent folk. Their very presence considered a contamination that could spread through simple proximity. Children crossed the street to avoid them. Merchants refused their business. Even the church, which preached charity toward all, struggled to reconcile the Christian duty of compassion with the visceral revulsion these men inspired. Yet they persisted, night after night, year after year, maintaining a service that prevented medieval cities from becoming uninhabitable. Without their willingness to descend into literal hell for a few shillings per ton of waste removed, urban civilization, as the medieval world knew it, would have collapsed under the weight of its own refuse. They were the invisible foundation upon which clean society was built, scraping away the evidence of human mortality and physical need that polite society preferred to forget. As the night wore on and their work continued, these men became intimately familiar with the hidden secrets of medieval life. Objects lost to accidents or carelessness found their way into the cesspits: coins, jewelry, eating utensils, and personal items that told the story of daily life above. The gong farmers would carefully extract these valuables, adding a small bonus to their meager wages while serving as reluctant archaeologists of medieval domestic life. But what drove men to accept such work? What circumstances in medieval society created a class of workers willing to spend their lives knee-deep in human waste? The answer lay in the brutal economic realities of the time, where survival often depended on accepting work that others would rather die than perform. The medieval economy that created gong farmers was one of stark choices and limited opportunities. For men at the very bottom of society's ladder, those without land, craft skills, or family connections, options for survival were brutally simple. Accept whatever work was available, no matter how degrading, or face starvation in the streets. All that reveals that gong farmers received approximately 2 shillings per ton of waste removed, equivalent to roughly $90 in today's currency. While this might seem like reasonable compensation, the sporadic nature of the work and the social costs of the profession meant that most gong farmers lived in perpetual poverty despite their essential services. The payment structure itself reflected the medieval understanding of supply and demand in its most basic form. The work was so universally despised that employers had to offer wages significantly higher than standard laborer rates to find anyone willing to perform it. Some historical records indicate that gong farmers serving wealthy households or royal establishments received payment in alternative forms: pounds of candle wax, measures of brandy, or even clothing, suggesting that these employers recognized money alone was insufficient compensation for such degrading labor. The seasonal nature of the work added another layer of uncertainty to the gong farmer's existence. All that notes that major cesspit cleanings typically occurred every 2 years, while smaller private privy cleanings happened more frequently, but provided less substantial income. This meant that gong farmers often spent long periods without work, surviving on whatever savings they could accumulate during their active periods while maintaining their tools and preparing for the next. Call to service. The social geography of medieval towns reflected the revulsion that gong farmers inspired. They were typically required to live in specific quarters, often near other undesirable trades like tanners, butchers, and executioners. These areas became ghettos of necessary but repugnant professions, where the men who performed society's most essential dirty work could exist without contaminating the sensibilities of their social betters. The isolation was both practical and psychological. Practical because it kept the smell and appearance of these workers away from polite society, and psychological because it allowed the upper classes to maintain the fiction that such work was performed by a different species of human being. But if gong farmers occupied the depths of medieval society's waste management system, another profession existed at its spiritual margins, the synoders. Atlas describes these individuals as perhaps the most psychologically burdensome workers in medieval British society, men who literally consumed the spiritual pollution of their communities. In exchange for bread, ale, and a few coins, the synoders' role emerged from a complex intersection of Christian theology, folk belief, and social necessity. Medieval Christianity taught that dying with unconfessed sins on one's soul could damn a person to eternal punishment. For families facing the death of a loved one who had not received proper last rites or whose spiritual state remained in doubt, the synodere offered a terrifying but potentially redemptive solution. Through a ritual that shocked even medieval sensibilities, these men would absorb the deceased's sins into their own souls, ensuring the dead could enter heaven while condemning themselves to carry that spiritual burden. The ritual itself was both simple and profound in its horror. Atlas provides a detailed account from John Brand's Popular Antiquities of Great Britain, describing how the senator would sit facing the door in the presence of the deceased, receive a groat worth approximately 4 pence, eat a crust of bread placed on the corpse's chest, drink a bowl of ale in one draught, and then solemnly pronounce the ease and rest of the soul departed, thereby completing the transfer of sin from the dead to the living. The theological implications of this practice horrified medieval religious authorities, who saw sin eating as a blasphemous parody of Christian communion, where Christ's sacrifice was meant to redeem humanity's sins through divine grace. The synoder's ritual suggested that sin could be transferred through mere human agency, reducing salvation to a commercial transaction. Yet the practice persisted in rural areas of Britain well into the 19th century, suggesting that popular belief in its efficacy outweighed official religious disapproval. The men who became senators were typically the most desperate members of rural communities, homeless wanderers, social outcasts, or individuals so impoverished that they were willing to risk their immortal souls for immediate physical survival. Atlas notes that the payment for sin eating was minimal: a groat, bread, and ale barely enough to sustain life for a few days. This meant that sin eaters lived in constant uncertainty, dependent on the irregular occurrence of death in their communities and the willingness of bereaved families to employ their services. The social isolation of sin eaters was even more complete than that of gong farmers. While gong farmers were avoided due to physical contamination, sin eaters were shunned due to spiritual pollution. Medieval society believed that these men carried within their souls the accumulated sins of all the dead they had served, making them walking repositories of moral corruption. They were forbidden from entering churches, excluded from community celebrations, and treated as spiritually contagious beings whose very presence could contaminate the righteous. The psychological toll of sin eating can hardly be imagined. These men lived with the constant knowledge that they carried not only their own sins, but the moral failures of dozens or hundreds of deceased individuals. In an age when belief in hell and damnation was not mere theological abstraction, but visceral reality, sin-eaters faced each day knowing they had voluntarily embraced eternal punishment in exchange for temporary survival. The weight of this knowledge, combined with social isolation and poverty, created a class of individuals who existed at the very margins of human society. Yet both gong farmers and sin eaters served essential functions that their communities could not do without. Gong farmers prevented the physical disease that would have devastated medieval populations, while sinators provided psychological comfort to bereaved families, facing the terror of their loved ones' possible damnation. Both professions emerged from fundamental human needs, the need for sanitation and the need for spiritual security then, as they created classes of workers who paid the ultimate price for serving those needs. The question that haunted medieval society, and should haunt us as we consider these professions, is what kind of economic and social system creates conditions where human beings accept such degrading and dangerous work as their only means of survival? What failures of social organization force individuals to choose between starvation and spiritual damnation, between honest death and dishonest life? The existence of gong farmers and sin eaters reveals the hidden architecture upon which medieval civilization was constructed, a foundation built not on noble ideals or religious devotion, but on the willingness of desperate individuals to perform tasks that others found literally unthinkable. These professions existed at the intersection of necessity and revulsion, essential yet despised, creating a class of workers who maintained society's physical and spiritual cleanliness, while being forever excluded from participating in the benefits of that cleanliness. The daily rhythm of gong farming work created its own peculiar calendar, one measured not by seasons or saints' days, but by the accumulation of human waste and the tolerance levels of those who lived above it. All that describes how gong farmers typically worked under cover of darkness, not merely for practical reasons, but because medieval society preferred to maintain the fiction that such work happened outside the normal flow of civilized life. Between 9 o'clock in the evening and 5 o'clock in the morning, these men labored in a parallel universe that existed beneath and alongside the daylight world, emerging into regular society only long enough to transport their loads to designated dumping grounds at the town's edges. The tools of their trade were necessarily simple, but precisely adapted to their horrific purpose. Shovels had to be sturdy enough to break through waste that had solidified over months or years, yet light enough to be wielded for hours in cramped conditions. Buckets required careful design, large enough to make the work efficient, small enough to be hauled up through narrow chutes, and constructed with materials that could withstand the corrosive effects of their contents. Rope had to be strong enough to support repeated heavy loads while remaining supple enough to work in damp conditions that would rot inferior materials. The logistics of waste removal revealed the sophisticated understanding medieval society had developed of urban planning and public health, even when that understanding was never formally articulated. Gong farmers didn't simply dump their loads randomly. They followed carefully established routes that took waste away from water sources, residential areas, and commercial districts. The fact that this waste was then used as fertilizer on agricultural land that fed the same population that produced it created a closed-loop system that modern environmentalists would recognize as an early form of circular economy, though one that came at tremendous human cost. The social psychology surrounding gong farmers reflected deeper medieval anxieties about the relationship between civilization and barbarism, cleanliness and contamination, spiritual purity and physical reality. These men served as a kind of sacrificial class, taking upon themselves not just the physical waste of society, but the psychological burden of dealing with the aspects of human existence that medieval Christianity preferred to deny or minimize. In a culture that idealized the spiritual over the material, the soul over the body, gong farmers represented the inevitable return of the undeniable reality of human physicality that no amount of religious devotion could eliminate. The parallel between gong farmers and sin eaters becomes clearer when examined through this lens. Both professions involved the literal consumption or absorption of societies. Unwanted byproducts, physical waste in one case, spiritual waste in the other. Both required individuals willing to sacrifice their social standing, personal dignity, and in the case of sin eaters, eternal salvation for the benefit of their kids. Communities. Both created a class of workers who were simultaneously essential and despised, necessary and untouchable. Atlas reveals that sin eaters often traveled from village to village, following networks of communication that informed them when their services might be needed. It's created a kind of underground economy of spiritual services, where men who had already damned themselves according to contemporary belief moved through rural Britain, offering to compound their damnation. In exchange for basic survival, the image of these solitary figures walking country roads, carrying within themselves the accumulated sins of entire communities, represents one of the most haunting aspects of medieval life. The timing of sin-eating rituals followed their own grim schedule, dependent not on regular work cycles, but on the unpredictable occurrence of death. When a senator received word that his services were needed, he would travel to the bereaved household, often arriving to find the deceased laid out in preparation for burial and the family gathered in various states of grief and spiritual anxiety. The ritual had to be performed before burial, creating time pressure that added urgency to an already traumatic situation. The bread used in sin-eating rituals carried symbolic weight beyond its practical function as payment. In medieval Christian symbolism, bread represented the body of Christ and the promise of salvation through divine sacrifice. The senator's consumption of bread placed on a corpse perverted this symbolism, transforming the promise of redemption into an act of damnation. This theological horror explains why sin-eating was so strongly condemned by religious authorities, even as popular belief in its efficacy persisted. The ale consumed during sin-eating rituals served multiple purposes. It provided calories for the chronically malnourished sin-eater, helped wash down the bread, and may have provided liquid courage for performing an act that even the desperate found psychologically difficult. The requirement that the ale be consumed at a draught in one continuous drink suggests ritual significance, perhaps representing the complete and irreversible nature of the sin transfer being performed. The groat paid to sin-eaters, worth approximately 4 pence, placed the spiritual salvation of a human soul at roughly the same value as a loaf of bread or a pint of ale. This pricing reflected not the theological importance of the service, but the desperate poverty of those willing to perform it. Families hiring senators were typically not wealthy themselves. Prosperous individuals could afford priests, proper last rites, and elaborate funeral masses that addressed spiritual concerns through orthodox religious channels. The geographic distribution of both gong farming and sin-eating reveals important patterns about medieval social organization. Gong farming was primarily an urban phenomenon, concentrated in areas where large numbers of people lived in close proximity and produced waste that exceeded the natural environment's ability to process it. Sin-eating, by contrast, flourished in rural areas where formal religious structures were weak and folk beliefs maintained stronger influence over daily life. Both professions created knowledge that died with their practitioners. Gong farmers developed expertise in structural engineering, understanding which walls were load-bearing, which foundations could be safely excavated, and how to work around the complex architecture of medieval waste management without causing catastrophic collapses. Senators accumulated intimate knowledge of community psychology, understanding which families were most likely to employ their services and how to time their availability with local mortality patterns. The question that emerges from studying these professions is not simply how medieval society could tolerate such degrading work, but how it justified creating and maintaining systems that required such work. The answer lies in understanding that medieval society, like all human societies, was built on compromises between ideals and realities. between what people claimed to believe and what they were willing to do to survive. The legacy of Gong farmers and senators extends far beyond their historical moment, raising questions about social responsibility, economic justice, and the hidden costs of civilization that remain relevant today. Every society creates its own versions of these invisible workers, people who perform necessary tasks that others prefer not to acknowledge, who sacrifice their dignity or health or spiritual well-being so that the majority can maintain comfortable illusions about the true foundations of their prosperity. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the last loads of waste had been carted away and the final sin-eating rituals completed, these workers disappeared back into the shadows that medieval society preferred them to inhabit. But their labor continued to support the daylight world, invisible but essential, degraded but indispensable, creating the space for others to pursue holiness, learning, art, and all the elevated activities that make civilization worth preserving. The question that haunts their memory is whether any society can claim to be truly civilized, while requiring such sacrifices from its most vulnerable members. You find yourself standing at the edge of a medieval marsh in the early morning hours, watching the mist rise from stagnant water that harbors more than just reeds and waterfowl. The air is thick with the smell of decay and standing water, and your feet sink slightly into the boggy ground that marks the boundary between solid earth and the treacherous wetlands beyond. This is the workplace of one of medieval Europe's most unusual professionals, the leech collector, a figure whose daily routine involved willingly offering his own body as bait for blood-sucking parasites in service of medieval medicines. Most persistent and dangerous practices. Ancient tells us that leech collecting reached its peak during the 18th and 19th centuries, though its roots stretched back to ancient Egyptian medicine and continued through the medieval period with relentless consistency. The profession emerged from the medical establishment's absolute faith in bloodletting as a cure for virtually every ailment imaginable: fever, plague, madness, heartbreak, and even spiritual corruption were all believed to be treatable through the careful application of leeches to drain away the corrupted humors that medieval physicians blamed for human suffering. The daily routine of a leech collector began before dawn, when the creatures were most active and the marshlands offered the best chance of a successful harvest. These men, and they were almost exclusively men, as women were generally considered too valuable to risk in such dangerous work, would wade into the stagnant waters of bogs, marshes, and swamps, armed with nothing more than their own flesh and a desperate need for the few coins that successful collection would bring. The most common method of leech collection involved using one's own legs as bait, a practice that seems almost impossibly masochistic from a modern perspective, but represented practical necessity in medieval economic terms. Ancient describes how collectors would roll up their trousers and wade into leech-infested waters, allowing the creatures to attach themselves to their legs and feet before carefully removing them once they had begun feeding. The process required extraordinary patience, as leeches needed approximately 20 minutes to fill themselves with blood before they could be safely detached without damage to either the creature or the collector. The physical sensation of leech attachment was described by contemporary accounts as initially sharp, like a series of small knife cuts, followed by a gradual numbing as the creature's saliva introduced natural anesthetics into the wounds. Collectors learned to distinguish between the slight tug of a leech beginning to feed and the firm grip of one that had attached properly, developing a tactile sensitivity that allowed them to maximize their harvest while minimizing the blood loss that came with each successful collection. But the dangers of leech collecting extended far beyond the obvious risks of blood loss and the transmission of waterborne diseases. The marshlands where leeches thrived were inherently treacherous environments, filled with hidden holes, unstable ground, and water that could suddenly deepen without warning. Collectors worked alone, as the presence of multiple people would disturb the sensitive ecosystem and reduce the likelihood of successful harvests. This isolation meant that injuries, accidents, or sudden illness could easily prove fatal. With no one nearby to provide assistance, the seasonal nature of leech collecting added another layer of uncertainty to an already precarious profession. Leeches were most active during warm weather, meaning that collectors faced months of unemployment during winter seasons when their quarry became dormant. The spring emergence of leeches after winter hibernation created brief periods of intense activity, as collectors raced to harvest as many creatures as possible during the narrow window when demand was highest and supply most accessible. The tools of the leech collector's trade were remarkably simple, reflecting both the straightforward nature of the work and the poverty of those who performed it. Ancient notes that some collectors used amputated human limbs or the legs of decrepit horses as alternatives to their own flesh. These methods were generally less effective and more expensive than the traditional approach of self-sacrifice. A successful collector might carry a knife for removing leeches that had fed to capacity, cloth for binding wounds, and containers filled with water to keep the collected leeches alive during transport to market. The psychology of leech collecting required a particular kind of mental fortitude that few people possessed. The work demanded not only tolerance for physical discomfort, but active embrace of a process that violated every natural human instinct for self-preservation. Collectors had to overcome the visceral revulsion that most people felt toward blood-sucking parasites, learning instead to see leeches as valuable commodities worth the pain and risk of harvesting the quality control aspects of leech collecting added intellectual complexity to what might otherwise have been purely physical labor. Medical practitioners demanded leeches that were healthy, active, and free from diseases that might contaminate their patients. Collectors learned to assess leech quality by observing their movement patterns, color variations, and feeding behavior, developing expertise that was essential for maintaining their reputation and income in a competitive market. The transportation of collected leeches presented its own challenges, as the creatures required specific conditions to remain alive and healthy during the journey from marsh to market. Leeches stored in containers with insufficient oxygen would die, while those kept in water that was too warm or too cold would become sluggish and less effective for medical purposes. Successful collectors developed techniques for maintaining proper water temperature, ensuring adequate aeration, and timing their sales to coincide with peak demand from medical practitioners. The social status of leech collectors reflected the complex relationship between necessity and revulsion that characterized many medieval professions. While their services were essential to the medical establishment, the collectors themselves were generally viewed as members of the lowest social classes, driven to such desperate work by poverty and lack of alternative opportunities. The physical evidence of their profession: scarred legs, pale complexion from chronic blood loss, and the persistent smell of marsh water and decay marked them as belonging to a caste apart from respectable society. The economic structure of leech collecting followed patterns of boom and bust that reflected both seasonal variations in leech availability and fluctuations in medical demand. During plague outbreaks or other health crises, the demand for leeches could spike dramatically, creating brief periods of relative prosperity for collectors who had maintained adequate supplies. However, these same health crises often made marsh work more dangerous, as stagnant waters became breeding grounds for disease-carrying insects and waterborne pathogens. The relationship between leech collectors and the medical establishment that depended on their services was characterized by mutual contempt disguised as economic necessity. Physicians who built their reputations on the sophisticated theoretical frameworks of medieval medicine were forced to depend on men who literally wallowed in swamps to provide the materials for their treatments. This dependence created a tension that was never fully resolved, as the intellectual pretensions of medieval medicine remained fundamentally reliant on the primitive brutality of leech collection, the geographic concentration of leech collecting. In specific regions, created specialized knowledge and techniques that were passed down through generations of practitioners. Certain marshlands became known for producing leeches with particular characteristics: size, feeding capacity, or therapeutic effectiveness, leading to the development of something approaching brand recognition in the medieval medical marketplace. Collectors who worked the most productive sites guarded their knowledge jealously, creating informal monopolies that could provide steady income for those skilled enough to maintain them. But as the medieval period drew toward its close and new, understandings of human anatomy and disease began to challenge traditional medical practices. The leech collectors found themselves serving an industry whose fundamental assumptions were increasingly questioned. The same scientific revolution that would eventually overthrow bloodletting as medical practice would also eliminate the livelihood of thousands of men who had sacrificed their blood and health to serve medieval medicine's most persistent delusion. If leech collectors served medieval medicine through the sacrifice of their blood, foolers served medieval industry through immersion in human waste, creating a profession that transformed the very clothing medieval society wore through processes so revolting that they challenge modern comprehension. Reveals that fulling, the process of cleaning and thickening woolen cloth, relied fundamentally on human urine as both cleaning agent and chemical catalyst, creating working conditions that made even hardened medieval laborers recoil in disgust. The Fuller's Day began with the collection of stale urine from every available source within their community. Innkeepers, tavern owners, bathhouse operators, and private households all contributed to the supply chain that kept fulling operations running, creating a secondary economy based entirely on human waste products. The urine had to be aged fresh. Urine lacked the chemical properties necessary for effective Tate cloth processing, meaning that fullers maintained large vats of fermenting human waste that required constant attention and replenishment. Explains that stale urine, known in the trade as wash or lant, provided ammonium salts that were essential for cleansing and whitening cloth while helping to interlock the microscopic scales on wool fibers that created the felting effect fullers sought to achieve. This meant that fullers were not simply tolerating urine as an unfortunate necessity, but actively seeking the most potent and chemically effective waste products available, leading to sophisticated systems for evaluating and grading human urine based on its effectiveness for textile processing. The physical process of fulling required fullers to stand ankle-deep in vats of stale urine while trampling, beating, and agitating woolen cloth for hours at a time. Notes that in Roman times, this work was performed by slaves, but medieval fulling shops employed free laborers who accepted the degrading conditions because alternative employment was scarce and the pay was relatively good compared to other unskilled manual labor. The work itself was exhausting beyond the obvious revulsion it inspired. Fullers had to maintain constant motion for 7 to 8 hours at a stretch, trampling cloth in vats filled with liquid that reached above their ankles and sometimes to their knees. The urine-soaked cloth became heavy and resistant, requiring significant physical strength to manipulate effectively. The chemical action of the ammonium salts, while essential for the process, was corrosive to human skin, causing burns, rashes, and infections that marked experienced fullers with permanent scars. The smell of a fulling operation was legendary, even in an age when unpleasant odors were part of daily life. The combination of stale urine, wet wool, and the various organic compounds released during fermentation created an atmosphere so foul that fulling shops were required to locate at the downwind edges of towns and cities. Even then, complaints from neighboring residents were common, leading to ongoing conflicts between the economic necessity of textile production and the quality of life for ordinary citizens. The technical aspects of fulling required expertise that took years to develop. Despite the apparently simple nature of the work, fullers had to judge the exact degree of fermentation needed in their urine supplies. Understanding how different types of urine from different age groups, diets, and health conditions would affect the final product. They learned to assess cloth quality by touch, determining when the fulling process had achieved the proper degree of fiber, interlocking without damaging the textile. Structure. The seasonal variations in urine supply created additional challenges for fullers. During winter months, when people consumed less liquid and spent more time indoors, the available supply of urine decreased while its chemical composition changed in ways that could affect the fulling process. Fullers had to maintain stockpiles of aged urine during productive periods while adjusting their techniques to accommodate variations in their raw materials. The social status of fullers reflected the complex relationship between essential services and social respectability that characterized many medieval professions. While their work was necessary for producing the woolen cloth that clothed medieval society, fullers themselves were social outcasts whose very presence was considered contaminating. They were excluded from guild activities, religious ceremonies, and social gatherings, forced to live in segregated areas where their smell and appearance would not offend respectable citizens. The economic structure of fulling created its own internal hierarchies, with master fullers who owned their own shops employing journeymen and apprentices, who performed the most degrading aspects of the work. However, even master fullers were considered members of the lowest social classes, their wealth and economic importance insufficient to overcome the stigma attached to their profession. This created a situation where essential economic actors remained permanent social outcasts, contributing to medieval society's prosperity while being denied participation in its benefits. The technological innovations that gradually mechanized fulling during the later medieval period represented both liberation and catastrophe for the profession's human practitioners. Water-powered fulling mills, with their wooden hammers and mechanical agitation systems, could process cloth more efficiently than human workers while eliminating the need for people to stand ankle-deep in urine. However, this mechanization also eliminated employment for thousands of fullers, creating unemployment and social displacement that contributed to the economic upheavals of the late medieval period. The relationship between fullers and their customers created ongoing tensions that reflected broader medieval anxieties about cleanliness, contamination, and social boundaries. Customers who brought cloth to be fulled wanted the benefits of the process cleaner, stronger, more attractive textiles, but they preferred to minimize their contact with the people who provided these services. This led to elaborate protocols for cloth delivery and pickup that maintained social distance while ensuring the completion of necessary work. The health consequences of fulling work were severe and cumulative, affecting virtually every system in the human body. Prolonged exposure to urine caused skin conditions, respiratory problems, and infections that were difficult to treat with medieval medical knowledge. The physical demands of the work led to joint problems, muscle injuries, and chronic pain that made fullers easily identifiable, even when they were away from their workplaces. The chemical exposure may have contributed to reproductive problems. Though medieval medical records are too incomplete to establish definitive connections, the apprenticeship system in fulling presented unique challenges, as the work required both physical endurance and technical knowledge while offering social isolation and health risks. That made it difficult to attract new practitioners. Master fullers often struggled to find young people willing to learn the trade, leading to chronic labor shortages that drove up wages while failing to improve working conditions or social status. The cultural impact of fulling extended beyond the immediate profession to influence medieval attitudes toward cleanliness, labor, and the relationship between necessity and respectability. The fact that clean clothes required such degrading production methods created cognitive dissonance that medieval society resolved through willful ignorance and social segregation rather than by improving working conditions or addressing the systematic exploitation that made such work necessary. The guild system that governed most medieval trades struggled to accommodate fulling within its traditional frameworks, while fullers formed their own associations for mutual protection and economic coordination. These organizations lacked the social prestige and political influence of guilds representing more respectable trades. Fuller guilds focused primarily on practical concerns, regulating urine supplies, standardizing processes, and managing disputes with customers rather than the ceremonial and religious activities that characterized other medieval guilds. The international trade in woolen textiles created demand for fulling services that extended far beyond local markets, making fullers essential participants in medieval Europe's emerging commercial economy despite their degraded social status. The quality of fulling work could determine the market value of finished textiles, giving skilled fullers indirect influence over international trade patterns even as they remained excluded from the merchant classes that profited from their expertise. The environmental impact of fulling operations created problems that medieval communities struggled to address effectively. The discharge of used urine and cloth processing chemicals contaminated local water supplies, while the smell and waste products from fulling shops created ongoing public health concerns. These environmental problems foreshadowed the industrial pollution that would characterize later textile manufacturing, demonstrating how medieval society's willingness to externalize the costs of production onto its most vulnerable workers created patterns that would persist for centuries, as you consider the fullers standing ankle-deep in their vats of stale urine, trampling cloth hour after hour in conditions that would be considered torture by modern standards. The question emerges: what social and economic pressures create situations where human beings accept such degrading work as their only means of survival? The answer reveals uncomfortable truths about medieval society's willingness to sacrifice individual dignity for collective prosperity. Patterns that continue to shape labor relations in ways that make the fuller's suffering disturbingly relevant to contemporary concerns about working conditions and economic justice. The stories of leech collectors and fullers converge in the shadowy margins of medieval society, where necessity and revulsion intersected to create professions that sustained civilization while degrading those who practiced them. Both occupations required practitioners to sacrifice their physical well-being, social standing, and human dignity in service of industries that medieval society considered essential yet preferred to ignore. The parallel between offering one's blood to leeches and immersing oneself in human waste reveals fundamental patterns in how medieval civilization distributed the costs of progress among its most vulnerable members. Ancient documents the scale of the medieval leech trade at its peak, with Germany exporting 30 million leeches annually to America and France, importing 42 million in 1833 alone. These staggering numbers represent not merely commercial statistics, but human suffering on an almost incomprehensible scale, reflecting the blood sacrifice of thousands of collectors who stood in marshlands throughout Europe, offering their bodies as bait for parasites that would drain their life force drop by drop. The economic boom in leech collecting during the peak years of medieval bloodletting created brief periods of relative prosperity for some practitioners, but this success came at costs that extended far beyond immediate physical suffering. Successful collectors developed chronic anemia from repeated blood loss, weakened immune systems from constant exposure to marsh-borne diseases, and psychological trauma from years of willingly subjecting themselves to parasitic attack. The most productive collectors often died young, their bodies finally unable to sustain the constant drain on their blood supply and overall health. The seasonal rhythm of leech collecting created its own calendar of suffering and opportunity. Spring emergence brought the highest leech activity and greatest earning potential. but also the greatest physical demands as collectors race to harvest as many creatures as possible during the brief window of peak availability. Summer heat made marsh work more dangerous due to increased disease, transmission, and dehydration risks, while fall harvests required collectors to work in increasingly cold conditions that made blood loss more dangerous and recovery more difficult. The relationship between leech collectors and the medical establishment they served was characterized by mutual dependence disguised as contempt. Physicians who built their reputations on sophisticated theoretical frameworks of humoral medicine remained utterly dependent on men who literally wallowed in swamps to provide the materials for their treatments. This dependence created cognitive dissonance that medical practitioners resolved by maintaining strict social distance from their suppliers, while denying the human cost of their therapeutic practices. The decline of leech collecting during the mid-19th century reflected broader changes in medical understanding. But the transition was devastating for practitioners who had invested their health and social standing in a profession that suddenly became obsolete. Ancient notes that over-collection and growing skepticism about bloodletting combined to eliminate the livelihoods of thousands of collectors, creating unemployment and social displacement that received little attention from the medical establishment that had profited from their sacrifice. The fulling industry's evolution followed. Similar patterns of exploitation, followed by abandonment as technological change, eliminated the need for human sacrifice while creating new forms of economic displacement. The mechanization of fulling through water-powered mills represented genuine progress in terms of working conditions and production efficiency. But the transition eliminated employment for thousands of fullers without providing alternative opportunities. For workers whose skills were highly specialized but socially stigmatized, the environmental legacy of medieval fulling operations created problems that persisted long after the industry itself had been transformed by mechanization. Reveals that the chemical processes involved in fulling contaminated water supplies and soil in ways that affected local ecosystems for generations. The willingness of medieval society to externalize these environmental costs onto future generations paralleled its willingness to externalize the human costs of production onto society's most vulnerable workers. The social psychology that enabled medieval society to tolerate and even depend upon such degrading professions reveals patterns of moral compartmentalization that continue to characterize human responses to systematic exploitation. The same communities that depended on leech collectors and fullers for essential services maintained social structures that dehumanized these workers, treating them as necessary evils rather than fellow human beings deserving of dignity and respect. The knowledge systems that developed around leech collecting and fulling represented sophisticated technical expertise that was never formally recognized or preserved by medieval society's official educational institutions. Leech collectors developed detailed understanding of wetland ecology, parasite behavior, and transportation logistics that rivaled any formal scientific knowledge of their time. Fullers accumulated chemical knowledge about textile processing, fermentation, chemistry, and quality control that represented genuine technological innovation despite its degrading context. The gender dynamics of both professions reflected broader medieval patterns of assigning the most dangerous and degrading work to men while excluding women from economic opportunities that, however terrible, provided independent income. The fact that these professions were almost exclusively male demonstrates how medieval society used gender roles to distribute suffering rather than to protect vulnerable populations from exploitation. The geographical distribution of leech collecting and fulling created regional specializations that influenced local economies and social structures in ways that extended far beyond the immediate professions. Areas with productive marshlands developed entire economic ecosystems based on leech harvesting, while regions with abundant water power became centers of fulling activity that shaped settlement patterns and commercial relationships for centuries. Apprenticeship systems, in both professions, struggled with recruitment problems that reflected their fundamental unsustainability as human endeavors. Master leech collectors and fullers found it increasingly difficult to attract young people willing to learn trades that offered social isolation, health risks, and uncertain futures. This recruitment crisis contributed to the eventual decline of both professions as practitioners aged without being replaced by new workers willing to accept such conditions. The international dimensions of both the leech trade and wool commerce created global networks of exploitation that connected local suffering to distant profit in ways that medieval participants could barely comprehend. The leeches collected in European marshlands by men who sacrificed their blood and health were shipped across oceans to serve medical practices that enriched physicians and traders, who never witnessed the human cost of their supply chains. The religious responses to leech collecting and fulling revealed the limitations of medieval Christianity's commitment to social justice and human dignity, while Christian doctrine preached concern for the poor and suffering. Religious institutions generally failed to address the systematic exploitation that made such professions necessary. Instead, religious authorities often contributed to the social stigmatization of these workers while benefiting from the economic systems there. Labor supported the technological innovations that eventually replaced human leech collectors, and fullers represented genuine humanitarian progress. But the transition process revealed medieval society's indifference to the welfare of workers, whose suffering had been essential to earlier economic arrangements. The same society that had tolerated decades of human degradation showed little concern for helping displaced workers transition to new occupations or recover from the health damage accumulated during their working years. As you contemplate the marshlands where leech collectors once waded through stagnant water, offering their blood to parasites, and the fulling shops where workers stood ankle-deep in human waste, trampling cloth hour after hour, the question that emerges is not simply how medieval society could tolerate such conditions, but how it could build prosperity and progress on foundations of systematic human degradation. The answer lies in understanding that every civilization faces choices about how to distribute the costs of advancement, and medieval society chose to concentrate those costs among individuals who lacked the power to refuse or escape their circumstances. The legacy of leech collectors and fullers extends beyond their historical moment to illuminate ongoing patterns of exploitation that characterize human economic relationships. Every society creates its own versions of these invisible workers, people who sacrifice their health, dignity, and social standing so that others can enjoy the benefits of civilization without confronting the true costs of their comfort. The question that haunts the memory of these medieval workers is whether any society can claim moral legitimacy while requiring such sacrifices from its most vulnerable members, and whether technological progress that eliminates degrading work while abandoning the workers who performed it represents genuine human advancement or merely a more sophisticated form of exploitation. You stand in the shadowed corridors of a medieval royal palace, listening to the echo of footsteps on stone floors as young princes move through their daily routines of education, play, and the gradual assumption of responsibilities that will one day make them rulers. But alongside these privileged children move other figures, boys of similar age, whose presence serves a darker purpose. Children whose entire existence has been organized around absorbing the physical punishment that royal blood cannot be permitted to endure. These are the whipping boys, perhaps the most psychologically complex and morally troubling profession in all of medieval history. Ancient reveals that the institution of whipping boys emerged from the intersection of medieval theories about royal sanctity, educational necessity, the practical problems of disciplining children who were considered too sacred to touch with violent hands. The concept rested on the belief that royal blood carried divine sanction that made it blasphemous for common tutors or servants to inflict physical punishment on future kings. while simultaneously acknowledging that children, even royal children, required discipline to develop proper character and learning habits. The selection process for whipping boys reveals the calculated cruelty that medieval society could apply to solving its moral dilemmas. Ancient notes that these positions were typically filled by boys from noble but not royal families, children whose social status was high enough to make them suitable companions for princes, but low enough to make them expendable when punishment was required. The boys chosen for this role were often orphans or the younger sons of families whose loyalty to the crown needed reinforcement through the ultimate demonstration of submission. The daily routine of a whipping boy was structured around intimate proximity to royal children, combined with the constant awareness that any misbehavior by his royal companion would result in his own physical suffering. These boys attended the same lessons, played the same games, and shared the same living spaces as the princes they served, creating relationships of enforced intimacy that were simultaneously genuine friendship and calculated hostage-taking. The psychological complexity of these relationships, where affection and terror intermingled in ways that shaped both boys' understanding of power, justice, and human relationships, created emotional dynamics that defied simple categorization. The educational theory behind whipping boys reflected sophisticated understanding of child psychology disguised as moral philosophy. Medieval educators recognized that children learned through emotional connection and empathy, and they theorized that princes would be more effectively disciplined by witnessing the suffering of companions they cared about than through abstract threats or delayed consequences. This approach transformed education into a form of psychological torture that affected both the prince and his whipping boy in ways that contemporary observers were only beginning to understand. The physical punishment administered to whipping boys followed the same brutal patterns that characterized medieval discipline generally, but with added psychological dimensions that made the experience particularly traumatic. Ancient describes various forms of corporal punishment, including whipping of the palms and back, kneeling on corn, and other methods designed to inflict pain without causing permanent injury that might interfere with the boy's continued service. The public nature of these punishments, performed in front of the prince whose misbehavior had triggered them, added humiliation to physical pain while serving the educational purpose of demonstrating consequences for royal actions. The social status of whipping boys occupied a uniquely ambiguous position in medieval hierarchy. While they suffered regular physical abuse and social humiliation, they also enjoyed access to royal education, living accommodations, and social connections that were unavailable to children of similar background who were not selected for this role. This created a complex mixture of privilege and degradation that made it difficult for whipping boys to understand their position in society or develop coherent identity and self-worth. The economic aspects of whipping boy positions reflected the broader patterns of exploitation that characterized medieval labor relations. Families who provided whipping boys received compensation in various forms: money, land grants, court positions, or other benefits that made the sacrifice of their children's physical well-being economically advantageous. This created situations where parents had financial incentives to offer their sons for systematic abuse, transforming child welfare into a commodity that could be traded for economic advancement. The legal framework surrounding whipping boys reveals the elaborate intellectual structures medieval society developed to justify practices that violated basic human dignity. Legal scholars developed theories about vicarious punishment, collective responsibility, and the transfer of moral culpability that provided scholarly justification for what was essentially systematic child abuse. These legal theories created precedents that influenced medieval approaches to justice, punishment, and social responsibility in ways that extended far beyond the immediate institution of whipping boys. The psychological development of whipping boys occurred under conditions that modern understanding would recognize as profoundly traumatic. These children experienced regular physical violence, social humiliation, and the constant stress of knowing that their well-being depended entirely on the behavior of someone else whose actions they could not control. The coping mechanisms, they developed hypervigilance, emotional numbing, and complex strategies for managing relationships with powerful figures, shaped their personalities in ways that affected their entire adult lives. The religious dimensions of whipping boy practices created theological contradictions that medieval religious authorities struggled to resolve. Christian doctrine emphasized personal responsibility for sin and the importance of individual suffering as a path to redemption. Yet the whipping boy system explicitly transferred punishment from the guilty party to an innocent substitute. Religious scholars developed elaborate theological justifications for this practice, drawing on concepts of vicarious atonement and collective responsibility that paralleled, but perverted Christian understandings of Christ's sacrifice for human sin. The international variations in whipping boy practices reflected different cultural approaches to royal education and discipline. While maintaining the basic structure of vicarious punishment, some courts employed multiple whipping boys to serve different princes or to provide backup when primary whipping boys were too injured to serve. Other courts developed rotation systems that distributed the physical and psychological burden among several boys, while still others created hierarchies among whipping boys that reflected the relative importance of the princes they served. The transition to adulthood for whipping boys presented unique challenges that medieval society was poorly equipped to address. Young men who had spent their formative years absorbing physical punishment for others' behavior often struggled to develop normal social relationships, professional skills, or emotional stability. Some were retained in court positions that utilized their intimate knowledge of royal personalities and preferences, while others were dismissed with minimal compensation to make their own way in a world for which their unusual upbringing had poorly prepared them. The documentation of whipping boy experiences in medieval records is frustratingly sparse, reflecting the general disregard for the welfare and perspectives of children in medieval society. Most historical accounts focus on the educational benefits supposedly provided to princes rather than the human cost paid by the boys who absorbed their punishment. This documentary silence itself reveals medieval attitudes toward children, social class, and the acceptable costs of maintaining royal authority. The gender aspects of whipping boy practices reflected broader medieval assumptions about male childhood, physical violence, and the preparation of boys for adult roles that would require them to inflict or endure violence. The fact that these positions were exclusively filled by boys demonstrates how medieval society used gender roles to distribute suffering while preparing male children for adult participation in systems of dominance and submission that characterized medieval political relationships. As you consider these children moving through palace corridors, knowing that their daily experience included the constant possibility of violent punishment for actions they had not committed and could not control, the question emerges, what kind of educational system could justify such systematic abuse of innocent children? And what kind of society could develop elaborate intellectual frameworks to rationalize practices that violated basic human empathy and justice? While whipping boys endured psychological and physical abuse in the name of royal education, another class of child workers suffered different but equally severe exploitation in the kitchens that fed medieval courts and wealthy households. The spit boys represented one of the most physically demanding and dangerous occupations available to children in medieval society, combining brutal working conditions with the constant risk of serious injury or death in service of the elaborate dining customs that demonstrated aristocratic power and wealth. The great kitchens of medieval castles and manor houses were industrial operations that operated on scales difficult to comprehend from a modern perspective. English Renaissance food reveals that preparing meals for hundreds of people required coordinated efforts that turned kitchens into factories where heat, smoke, and the constant pressure of timing created working conditions that challenged even experienced adult workers. Into this environment, medieval society placed children as young as 7 or 8 years old, assigning them tasks that required extraordinary endurance while offering minimal protection from the hazards that surrounded them. The primary responsibility of spit boys was the rotation of large metal spits over open fires, ensuring that roasted meats cooked evenly without burning while maintaining the constant motion necessary for proper preparation. English Renaissance food describes this as one of the worst jobs in Tudor history because it required children to stand directly beside extremely hot open fires for hours at a time, manually turning heavy spits loaded with large cuts of meat that could weigh dozens of pounds when fully loaded. The physical demands of spit turning were extraordinary for adult workers and nearly impossible for children. The spits themselves were made of heavy iron and could stretch 6 feet or more in length, loaded with multiple roasts, fowl, or other large cuts of meat that created significant weight and resistance as they were turned. The constant motion required upper body strength that most children simply did not possess, forcing them to develop techniques that relied on leverage, timing, and desperate endurance rather than pure physical power. The heat exposure that spit boys endured created working conditions that bordered on torture, standing within arm's reach of roaring fires that were designed to generate maximum heat for cooking large quantities of meat. These children worked in temperatures that regularly exceeded what modern safety standards would consider tolerable for any worker, let alone children. The combination of radiant heat from the fires, steam from cooking meat, and the general heat generated by kitchen operations created an environment where heat exhaustion, dehydration, and burns were constant threats. The timing demands of medieval cooking added psychological pressure to the physical ordeal of spit turning. English Renaissance food notes that meals for large households required precise coordination among multiple cooking processes, and spit boys who failed to maintain proper rotation schedules could ruin expensive cuts of meat and face severe punishment. This created constant stress as children struggled to maintain focus and physical endurance while working in conditions that would challenge any adult's concentration and stamina. The injury rates among spit boys were extraordinarily high, reflecting both the inherent dangers of their work and the lack of safety measures in medieval kitchens. Burns from splashing grease, contact with hot metal, and proximity to open flames were daily hazards that most spit boys experienced regularly. More serious injuries occurred when exhausted children lost control of heavy spits, suffered heat stroke, or were burned by flaming grease fires that were common in medieval cooking operations. The social status of spit boys reflected the complex intersection of child labor, domestic service, and economic necessity that characterized medieval household management. While their work was essential to the functioning of aristocratic households, spit boys occupied the lowest position in kitchen hierarchies, receiving minimal compensation and little consideration for their welfare or development. They were typically recruited from the poorest families in local communities, children whose parents viewed kitchen service as an opportunity for their sons to receive food and shelter, while learning skills that might eventually lead to better positions. The recruitment of spit boys often involved children who were too young to understand the nature of the work they were accepting, creating situations where boys found themselves trapped in positions they were physically and emotionally unprepared to handle. Parents who sent their sons to work as spit boys often had little understanding of the actual working conditions involved, viewing kitchen service as domestic work rather than industrial labor that required adult strength and endurance. The training process for spit boys was typically brutal and abbreviated, reflecting the urgent need for workers and the low value placed on child welfare in medieval society. New spit boys were expected to learn their duties through observation and immediate application rather than gradual introduction to the work. creating situations where inexperienced children were placed in dangerous positions without adequate preparation or supervision. The health consequences of spit boy work were severe and often permanent, affecting children's physical development in ways that influenced their entire adult lives. The combination of extreme heat exposure, physical strain, and poor nutrition created conditions that stunted growth, damaged respiratory systems, and caused joint problems that persisted long after children left kitchen service. The burns and injuries that were routine aspects of the work left permanent scarring that marked former spit boys as members of the laboring classes throughout their lives. The seasonal variations in spit boy work reflected the dining patterns of medieval aristocratic households with peak demands during hunting seasons, religious festivals, and political gatherings that required elaborate food preparation. These periods of intense activity could require spit boys to work for 12 or more hours per day in conditions that were already barely tolerable during normal operations, creating periods of extreme exploitation that pushed child workers beyond human endurance limits. The relationship between spit boys and kitchen hierarchies revealed the complex power dynamics that characterized medieval domestic service. While spit boys occupied the lowest positions in kitchen operations, they worked under the direct supervision of cooks and kitchen managers who were themselves servants, subject to dismissal for poor performance. This created situations where adults under professional pressure had incentives to drive child workers harder rather than protecting them from exploitation. The technological alternatives to spit boys existed in medieval society, but were not widely adopted due to cost considerations and the ready availability of cheap child labor. Raby mentions that some great kitchens used dogs on treadwheels to turn spits, and mechanical devices powered by weights or clockwork were available for households wealthy enough to afford them. The continued reliance on child labor despite these alternatives demonstrates how medieval economic calculations valued immediate cost savings over child welfare. The educational aspects of spit boy work were minimal, despite claims that kitchen service provided valuable training for future careers. While some spit boys eventually advanced to other kitchen positions, the physical demands and health consequences of their early work often left them too damaged to pursue normal career development. The skills learned through spit turning were highly specific and had limited application outside similar kitchen operations, providing little foundation for economic advancement. The psychological development of spit boys occurred under conditions of constant physical stress, social isolation, and exposure to adult behaviors and conversations that were inappropriate for children. The combination of adult responsibilities with childhood vulnerability created emotional and psychological problems that affected their ability to form normal relationships and develop appropriate social skills throughout their lives. As you envision these children standing beside roaring fires, struggling to turn heavy spits while dodging splashing grease and breathing superheated air thick with smoke and steam, the question emerges: what economic and social pressures create situations where societies systematically exploit child labor in ways that damage children's health, development, and future prospects while enriching those who benefit from their suffering? The convergence of whipping boy and spit boy experiences reveals the systematic nature of child exploitation in medieval society, demonstrating how different institutions, education, and domestic service developed parallel systems for extracting value from children's bodies and lives while minimizing concern for their welfare or future development. Both professions required children to sacrifice their physical and psychological well-being for the benefit of powerful adults who had alternative options but chose exploitation because it was cheaper, more convenient, or more symbolically satisfying than treating children as human beings deserving of protection and care. The institutional logic that enabled both professions rested on medieval society's fundamental assumptions about childhood, social class, and the acceptable costs of maintaining aristocratic power and comfort. Ancient reveals that whipping boys were considered essential to royal education, not because alternative disciplinary methods were unavailable, but because the symbolic and psychological impact of vicarious punishment served broader purposes related to demonstrating royal authority and the willingness of subjects to sacrifice themselves for their rulers' benefit. The economic calculations that sustained both professions demonstrate how medieval society distributed the costs of its institutions among those least able to resist or escape exploitation. Whipping boys and spit boys were typically recruited from families whose poverty made them vulnerable to arrangements that offered immediate economic benefits in exchange for their children's welfare. This created cycles of exploitation where each generation of poor families faced similar pressures to sacrifice their children's well-being for short-term survival. The legal frameworks that govern both professions reflect the sophistication, intellectual structures, medieval society developed to justify practices that violated basic principles of justice and human dignity. Legal scholars created theories about parental authority, contractual obligation, and social duty that provided scholarly justification for systematic child abuse while protecting employers from legal consequences. When children were injured, killed, or permanently damaged by their working conditions, the documentation patterns surrounding both professions reveal systematic indifference to child welfare that characterized medieval record-keeping and historical consciousness. Ancient notes that historical accounts of whipping boys focus almost exclusively on their supposed educational benefits for princes rather than their human cost, while records of spit boy experiences are virtually non-existent despite the thousands of children who worked in these positions over centuries of medieval history. The international variations in both professions demonstrate how different cultures developed similar solutions to the challenge of exploiting child labor while maintaining claims to moral legitimacy. Courts throughout medieval Europe employed whipping boys under different names and with varying ceremonial elaborations, while kitchen operations from England to Italy relied on child labor for the most dangerous and demanding aspects of food preparation. These parallel developments suggest that child exploitation was not an accidental feature of medieval society, but a systematic response to institutional needs that gestational needs that prioritized efficiency and cost reduction over human welfare. The religious responses to both professions reveal the limitations of medieval Christianity's commitment to protecting vulnerable populations. While Christian doctrine emphasized care for children and concern for the poor, religious institutions generally failed to challenge practices that systematically abuse children for the benefit of powerful families. Instead, religious authorities often provided theological justifications for child exploitation while benefiting from the economic and political systems that these practices supported. The technological alternatives that existed for both professions, but were not widely adopted, demonstrate how medieval economic calculations valued immediate cost savings over long-term human development. Mechanical devices could have replaced spit boys in many applications, while alternative educational methods could have achieved the disciplinary goals supposedly served by whipping boys. The persistence of child exploitation, despite available alternatives, reveals the extent to which medieval society was willing to sacrifice children's welfare for the convenience and symbolic satisfaction of powerful adults. The transition experiences of children who survived whipping boy and spit boy service provide insight into the long-term consequences of systematic child exploitation. Many former whipping boys struggled with psychological problems, difficulty forming normal relationships, and complex responses to authority that reflected their formative experiences of powerlessness and vicarious punishment. Former spit boys often suffered from permanent physical disabilities, respiratory problems, and scarring that marked them as members of the laboring classes while limiting their opportunities for economic advancement. The gender dimensions of both professions reveal how medieval society used assumptions about male childhood and adult roles to justify practices that prepared boys for participation in systems of violence and exploitation. The exclusive assignment of these positions to boys rather than girls demonstrates how gender roles were used to distribute suffering while socializing male children to accept violence as a normal aspect of social relationships and economic activity. The family dynamics created by both professions show how economic pressure could corrupt fundamental relationships and transform parental love into a form of economic calculation. Parents who sent their sons to serve as whipping boys or spit boys faced impossible choices between their children's immediate welfare and their family's economic survival, creating situations where love and exploitation became inseparably intertwined. The educational impact of both professions extended beyond their immediate participants to influence medieval understanding of childhood, authority, and social responsibility. The normalization of systematic child exploitation in royal education and domestic service created cultural patterns that influenced how medieval society approached questions of power, justice, and the acceptable costs of maintaining social hierarchies. The legacy of whipping boys and spit boys extends beyond their historical moment to illuminate ongoing patterns of institutional child exploitation that continue to characterize human societies. Every generation faces choices about how to balance adult convenience against child welfare, immediate economic benefits against long-term human development, and the symbolic satisfaction of demonstrating power against the moral obligations that come with authority over vulnerable populations as you contemplate the palace corridors where whipping boys absorbed punishment for princes, misbehavior, and the castle kitchens where spit boys endured heat and danger to feed aristocratic appetites. The question that emerges is not simply how medieval society could tolerate such systematic abuse of children, but how it could develop elaborate intellectual and institutional frameworks to justify practices that violated basic human empathy while claiming moral authority over the societies that enabled such exploitation. The answer lies in understanding that every civilization faces choices about how to distribute power, resources, and suffering among its members, and that the willingness to exploit vulnerable populations, especially children, reveals fundamental truths about a society's values, priorities, and moral legitimacy that extend far beyond the immediate practices being examined. The whipping boys and spit boys of medieval history serve as reminders that institutional power often depends on the systematic sacrifice of those least able to resist, and that claims to civilized values must be measured against the treatment of society's most vulnerable members rather than the comfort and convenience of its most powerful institutions. You find yourself approaching the outskirts of a medieval town in the early morning hours, following your nose along a path that leads away from civilized habitation toward an area where the very air seems thick with decay and chemical corruption. The smell that grows stronger with each step is beyond anything your modern sensibilities could tolerate, a mixture of rotting flesh, fermenting organic matter, and caustic chemicals that burns your nostrils and coats your tongue with the taste of decomposition. This is the approach to a medieval tannery, where one of history's most essential yet revolting professions transformed the hides of dead animals into the leather that clothed, protected, and equipped medieval civilization. Tanning leather reveals that tanning by ancient methods was so foul-smelling that tanneries were isolated from towns even where traditional techniques were still used, creating specialized districts where this essential but repugnant work could be conducted without completely overwhelming the sensibilities of ordinary citizens. The medieval tanner occupied a unique position in society, essential to civilization's functioning, yet so reviled for the nature of his work that he was forced to live and labor at the margins of human habitation. The process of transforming animal hides into usable leather began with the procurement of raw materials from butchers, hunters, and farmers who had no use for the skins of slaughtered animals. Medieval describes how tanners would collect fresh hides still carrying the flesh, blood, and hair of recently killed cattle, sheep, goats, and other animals, beginning a process that would take months to complete and require the tanner to handle. Materials in various states of decomposition throughout the entire transformation. The first stage of tanning involved removing flesh, fat, and hair from fresh hides through a process that combined manual scraping with chemical treatment, using lime solutions that loosened organic materials while beginning the preservation process. Tanners worked with specialized tools-curved knives, scraping beams, and lime pits in conditions where the smell of decomposing flesh mixed with the caustic odor of lime to create an atmosphere that was almost unbearable even for those who had grown accustomed to it through years of daily exposure. The soaking process that followed initial cleaning required tanners to immerse hides in various solutions for weeks or months at a time, monitoring the chemical processes that would gradually transform perishable organic material into durable leather. Battle notes that the unpleasant odors and unhealthy gases emitted during tanning were harmful to workers' health, creating chronic respiratory problems, skin conditions, and other ailments that marked experienced tanners with the physical evidence of their profession's toll on human bodies. The chemical knowledge required for successful tanning represented sophisticated understanding of organic chemistry disguised as traditional craft knowledge. Tanners had to understand the properties of different tanning materials, bark, hemlock, sumac, and other organic compounds, and how these materials interacted with animal proteins under different conditions of temperature, humidity, and time. This knowledge was acquired through apprenticeships that lasted for years and required constant exposure to materials and processes that damaged practitioners' health while building their expertise. The seasonal rhythms of tanning work created cycles of intense activity, alternating with periods of monitoring and waiting as chemical processes proceeded at their own pace. Fresh hides were most readily available during autumn slaughter seasons, when animals were killed before winter feeding became difficult, creating periods when tanners worked constantly to process large quantities of raw materials. The long soaking and chemical treatment periods meant that tanners had to maintain dozens of projects in various stages of completion simultaneously, requiring organizational skills and attention to detail that belied the brutish reputation of their profession. The social status of tanners reflected the complex relationship between essential services and social respectability that characterized many medieval professions. While leather was indispensable for clothing, armor, tools, and countless other applications, tanners themselves were social outcasts whose very presence was considered contaminating. Carl notes that tanneries were associated with odor and relegated to the outskirts of towns, contributing to the poor social standing of those who practiced the trade despite their essential economic role. The economic structure of tanning created its own internal hierarchies, with master tanners who owned tanneries, employing journeymen and apprentices who performed the most disagreeable aspects of the work. However, even master tanners remained social outcasts whose wealth and economic importance could not overcome the stigma attached to their profession. This created situations where essential economic actors were permanent social pariahs, contributing to their community's prosperity while being denied participation in their benefits. The health consequences of tanning work were severe and cumulative, affecting virtually every system in the human body. The constant exposure to lime, acids, and organic decomposition products caused skin conditions, respiratory ailments, and digestive problems that were difficult to treat with medieval medical knowledge. The physical demands of hide processing, lifting, scraping, and manipulating heavy, wet materials created musculoskeletal problems that made tanners easily identifiable even when they were away from their workplaces. The environmental impact of medieval tanning operations created problems that affected entire communities despite efforts to isolate tanneries from residential areas. The discharge of lime solutions, organic waste, and chemical byproducts contaminated local water supplies, while creating soil conditions that remained problematic for years after tanning operations ceased. The smell from tanneries could carry for miles under the right atmospheric conditions, creating ongoing conflicts between economic necessity and public health concerns. The apprenticeship system in tanning presented unique challenges, as the work required both technical knowledge and physical endurance while offering social isolation and health risks that made it difficult to attract new practitioners. Master tanners often struggled to find young people willing to learn the trade, leading to chronic labor shortages that drove up wages while failing to improve working conditions or social status. The tools of the tanning trade were necessarily specialized and expensive, requiring significant investment from master tanners, who had to balance the costs of proper equipment against the uncertain profitability of their operations. Lime pits, scraping beams, and the various knives, hooks, and implements needed for hide processing represented substantial capital expenditures that had to be recovered. Through years of successful operation in a trade that faced constant supply and demand fluctuations, the quality control aspects of tanning required expertise that took decades to develop. As tanners learned to assess high quality, monitor chemical processes, and adjust their techniques based on variables that could not be precisely controlled. The difference between properly tanned leather and material that would deteriorate quickly could determine a tanner's reputation and economic success, creating pressure for technical excellence despite working conditions that made concentration and precision extremely difficult. The international trade in leather goods created demand for tanning services that extended far beyond local markets, making tanners essential participants in medieval Europe's emerging commercial economy despite their degraded social status. The quality of tanning work could determine the market value of finished leather products, giving skilled tanners indirect influence over international trade patterns even as they remained excluded from the merchant classes that profited from their expertise. The religious dimensions of tanning work created theological questions that ruby kiss, only ruby kiss, has the luxurious has the luxurious texture. That Caligy have said, it lies alive, and lies alaved, lies alive, lost last Collins. They is a lies. Medieval authorities struggled to address effectively. The transformation of dead animals into useful materials could be seen as participating in divine creation through human skill. But the revolting nature of the work and its association with death and decay created spiritual concerns about contamination and ritual purity that affected tanners. Participation in religious life. The gender aspects of tanning reflected broader medieval assumptions about men's work, physical strength, and the kinds of degrading labor that society was willing to assign to male workers. The exclusively male nature of tanning work demonstrated how medieval society used gender roles to distribute suffering while excluding women from economic opportunities that, however terrible, provided independent income. As you consider the tanners working in their isolated compounds, surrounded by the smell of decomposition and the caustic burn of lime solutions, handling materials that represented the boundary between life and death, the question emerges: what drives human societies to create and maintain economic systems that require some of their members to sacrifice their health, social standing, and human dignity in order to provide essential services that benefit everyone else? While tanners processed the organic waste of medieval slaughter and consumption, another group of workers dealt with the accumulated refuse of urban life itself. The dunghill rakers, also known as refuse collectors or waste rakers, performed the essential but degrading work of removing the garbage, dead animals, human waste, and organic debris that accumulated in medieval cities and towns. These workers labored in conditions that made even the notorious gong farmers seem fortunate by comparison, as they dealt not with the relatively contained waste of individual households, but with the accumulated filth of entire urban populations. Waste Collector reveals that the first known waste collectors appeared in Britain during the 1350s, coinciding with the Black Plague, when the accumulation of urban refuse became a public health crisis that threatened the survival of entire communities. The emergence of professional refuse collection during one of Europe's most devastating health crises was not coincidental. It reflected the recognition that urban civilization could not survive without systematic removal of the waste it produced. The daily routine of dunghill rakers began before dawn, when the streets were empty of respectable citizens and the night's accumulation of refuse could be collected without causing public offense. These workers moved through medieval cities with handcarts, wheelbarrows, and simple tools, gathering the organic and inorganic waste that had been thrown into streets, dumped in public spaces, or left to rot in the corners and alleys where urban life generated its inevitable byproducts. The variety of materials that dunghill rakers encountered in their work reveals the complexity of medieval urban waste streams and the challenges of processing refuse that ranged from kitchen scraps to dead animals to human waste to industrial byproducts from various crafts and trades. Unlike modern waste collection, which deals with relatively standardized materials, medieval refuse collection required workers to handle whatever urban life produced, creating exposure to diseases, chemicals, and hazardous materials that made the work extraordinarily dangerous. The transportation of urban waste required dunghill rakers to move through city streets with loads that were not only physically heavy, but also psychologically revolting and socially stigmatizing. The sight of refuse collectors pulling carts filled with decomposing organic matter, dead animals, and human waste created public spectacles that reinforced the social isolation of these workers while demonstrating the essential nature of their services to urban survival. The disposal of collected waste created additional challenges, as medieval cities had to find locations where large quantities of refuse could be deposited without creating new public health problems or environmental contamination. Dunghill rakers typically transported their loads to designated areas outside city walls where waste was either buried, burned, or left to decompose naturally. The management of these disposal sites required ongoing attention and created environmental problems that affected surrounding areas for years. The seasonal variations in waste collection reflected the rhythms of medieval urban life, with summer months bringing increased organic waste and accelerated decomposition that made collection more urgent and more revolting. Winter conditions created different challenges, as frozen waste was more difficult to collect and transport while creating storage problems. It led to massive accumulations of refuse that had to be processed when spring weather returned. The health risks faced by dunghill rakers were extraordinary, even by medieval standards, as their work exposed them to every disease and contamination that urban populations could produce. The combination of direct contact with human and animal waste, decomposing organic matter, and the various chemicals and substances discarded by urban crafts and industries created exposure to pathogens, toxins, and carcinogens that made dunghill raking one of the most dangerous occupations in medieval society. The social status of dunghill rakers placed them among the absolute lowest members of medieval urban society, below even other stigmatized professions like executioners and gong farmers. The nature of their work made them universally reviled, as they were seen as living embodiments of the waste and corruption that civilized society preferred to forget. This social isolation was reinforced by practical concerns about disease, transmission, and contamination that made contact with refuse collectors a genuine health risk. The economic structure of refuse collection created market relationships that reflected the desperate necessity of the services provided, combined with the reluctance of urban communities to pay adequately for work that everyone wanted done, but no one wanted to acknowledge. Dunghill rakers were typically paid by municipal authorities or through contracts with property owners, but the compensation rarely reflected the essential nature of their services or the risks they faced in providing them. The tools and equipment used by dunghill rakers were necessarily simple and inexpensive, reflecting both the poverty of those who performed the work and the practical requirements of handling diverse waste materials. Handcarts, shovels, rakes, and baskets were the primary implements. Though the corrosive nature of some waste materials meant that tools wore out quickly and required frequent replacement that many workers could not afford, the organizational aspects of waste collection required coordination among multiple workers and municipal authorities to ensure that all areas of cities were serviced regularly and that disposal sites were managed effectively. This coordination was complicated by the social isolation of refuse collectors, who were often excluded from the civic organizations and social networks that facilitated cooperation among other urban workers. The environmental impact of medieval waste collection and disposal created long-term problems that affected urban development and public health for generations. The disposal sites used by dunghill rakers became sources of groundwater contamination, soil pollution, and air quality problems that influenced settlement patterns and economic development in ways that were poorly understood by medieval authorities. The knowledge systems developed by dunghill rakers included sophisticated understanding of waste streams, decomposition processes, and the health risks associated with different types of refuse. This knowledge was acquired through direct experience and passed down through informal networks among workers who shared the dangers and challenges of their profession. However, this expertise was never formally recognized or documented by medieval authorities, creating a situation where essential knowledge about urban waste management was held by individuals who were systematically excluded from decision-making about municipal policies. The legal framework governing refuse collection was was typically minimal and focused on protecting public health rather than worker welfare. Municipal authorities were primarily concerned with ensuring that waste was removed from public spaces and disposed of safely, with little attention to the working conditions or compensation of the workers who performed these services. This legal neglect reflected broader medieval attitudes toward manual labor and the acceptable costs of maintaining urban civilization. The relationship between dunghill rakers and other urban workers created complex social dynamics that revealed the hierarchies and prejudices that structured medieval urban society. While refuse collectors were essential to the functioning of cities, they were excluded from the guild systems, religious organizations, and social networks that provided mutual support and economic opportunities for other urban workers. As you envision these workers moving through medieval streets in the early dawn hours, loading their carts with the accumulated refuse of urban life while breathing air thick with the smell of decomposition and decay. The question emerges: what does it reveal about a society's values and priorities when it creates essential services that require human beings to sacrifice their health, dignity, and social acceptance while providing inadequate compensation and recognition for work that makes civilized life possible? The convergence of tanning and refuse collection in medieval urban life reveals the hidden infrastructure upon which civilized society depended. Systems of waste processing and material transformation that required human beings to sacrifice their health, social standing, and human dignity to maintain the cleanliness and functionality that everyone else took for granted. Both professions emerged from fundamental urban needs that could not be ignored or postponed. Yet both required workers to accept conditions that violated basic human decency in exchange for minimal compensation and maximum social isolation. Tanning leather demonstrates that medieval tanning operations were so fundamentally offensive to human sensibilities that they had to be isolated from normal urban life, creating specialized districts where essential work could be performed without completely destroying the livability of surrounding areas. This geographic segregation reflected broader medieval patterns of managing necessary but revolting activities by concentrating them among expendable populations who had no choice but to accept degrading conditions. The economic calculations that sustained both professions reveal how medieval society distributed the costs of civilization among those least able to resist or escape exploitation. Tanners and dunghill rakers were typically recruited from the poorest segments of urban society, individuals whose poverty made them vulnerable to arrangements that offered immediate survival in exchange for long-term health damage and social isolation. This created cycles of exploitation where each generation of poor families faced similar pressures to accept work that no one else would perform. The technological alternatives that existed for both professions, but were not widely adopted, demonstrate how medieval economic systems valued immediate cost savings over long-term human welfare. Mechanical devices could have improved working conditions in tanneries, while better organization and equipment could have made refuse collection less dangerous and degrading. The persistence of primitive methods despite available improvements reveals the extent to which medieval society was willing to sacrifice workers' welfare for the convenience and cost savings of employers and municipal authorities. The environmental consequences of both professions created problems that extended far beyond their immediate practitioners to affect entire communities and regions. Tanning operations contaminated water supplies and soil with chemicals and organic waste that remained problematic for decades, while refuse disposal sites created ongoing public health hazards that influenced urban development patterns for generations. The willingness to externalize these environmental costs paralleled the willingness to externalize human costs onto society's most vulnerable workers. The knowledge systems developed by tanners and dunghill rakers represented sophisticated understanding of chemistry, decomposition processes, and waste management that was never formally recognized or preserved by medieval educational institutions. Tanners accumulated detailed knowledge about organic chemistry, materials, science, and quality control that rivaled any formal scientific knowledge of their time. Dunghill rakers developed expertise in waste streams, public health, and urban logistics that was essential for maintaining civilized life, but was dismissed as merely practical knowledge, unworthy of scholarly attention. The social psychology that enabled medieval society to depend on these professions while simultaneously stigmatizing their practitioners reveals patterns of moral compartmentalization that allowed civilized people to maintain comfortable illusions about the true foundations of their prosperity. The same communities that could not survive without tanners and dunghill rakers developed elaborate social structures to minimize contact with these workers while denying the essential nature of their contributions to urban life. The religious responses to both professions reflected the limitations of medieval Christianity's commitment to social justice and human dignity, while Christian doctrine emphasized concern for the poor and suffering. Religious institutions generally fail to challenge the systematic exploitation that made these professions necessary. Instead, religious authorities often contributed to the social stigmatization of these workers while benefiting from the economic systems there. Labor supported the international dimensions of both leather trade and urban waste management created global networks that connected local suffering to distant profit in ways that medieval participants could barely comprehend. The leather produced by tanners who sacrificed their health and social standing was traded across continents, enriching merchants and manufacturers who never witnessed the human cost of their supply chains. The waste management systems that made urban civilization possible were replicated throughout Europe and beyond, creating patterns of exploitation that spread along with urban development. The gender dynamics of both professions reveal how medieval society assigned the most degrading and dangerous work to men while using gender roles to justify systematic exploitation, rather than to protect vulnerable populations. The exclusively male nature of tanning and refuse collection demonstrated how medieval society used assumptions about male strength and endurance to rationalize working conditions that violated basic human decency regardless of the worker's gender. The Family relationships affected by both professions show how economic necessity could corrupt fundamental social bonds. As families were forced to choose between immediate survival and the long-term welfare of their members, parents who encouraged their sons to become tanners or dunghill rakers faced impossible choices between their children's immediate economic needs and their future health and social prospects, creating situations where love and exploitation became inseparably intertwined. The legacy of medieval tanners and dunghill rakers extends beyond their historical moment to illuminate ongoing patterns of environmental and social exploitation that continue to characterize human industrial development. Every society creates its own versions of these invisible workers' people, who sacrifice their health and social standing so that others can enjoy the benefits of civilization without confronting the true costs of their comfort and convenience. The institutional memory of these professions was largely lost as technological changes eliminated the need for the most degrading aspects of their work. But the patterns of exploitation they represented persist in new forms that affect contemporary workers in ways that medieval tanners and dunghill rakers would recognize. The same economic logic that justified exposing medieval workers to dangerous chemicals and toxic waste continues to operate in modern industries, where the most hazardous work is assigned to society's most vulnerable populations. The environmental justice implications of both professions foreshadowed contemporary debates about how societies distribute environmental risks and benefits among different populations. The medieval practice of concentrating tanning operations and waste disposal in areas populated by poor workers created patterns of environmental inequality that persist in modern urban planning and industrial development policies. The public health lessons of medieval waste management reveal both the essential nature of these services and the importance of providing adequate support and protection for workers who perform them. The recognition that urban civilization depends on effective waste processing led to gradual improvements in working conditions and compensation for these workers, but only after centuries of exploitation that damaged the health and shortened the lives of countless individuals. As you contemplate the tanneries and refuse collection operations that made medieval urban life possible, the question that emerges is not simply how medieval society could tolerate such degrading working conditions, but how it could build prosperity and civilization on foundations of systematic human and environmental exploitation, while maintaining claims to moral and spiritual superiority over societies that were more honest about the costs of their achievements. The answer lies in understanding that every civilization faces choices about how to distribute the costs and benefits of progress among its members, and that the willingness to concentrate those costs among society's most vulnerable populations reveals fundamental truths about a society's values, priorities, and moral legitimacy. The tanners and dunghill rakers of medieval history serve as reminders that the foundations of civilized life are often built on the sacrifices of those who lack the power to refuse participation in systems that exploit them, and that claims to civilized values must be measured against the treatment of society's most vulnerable workers rather than the comfort and convenience of its most privileged members. The hidden infrastructure of waste processing and material transformation that sustained medieval civilization continues to operate in modern societies, though often in forms that are less visible and more technologically sophisticated than their medieval predecessors. The challenge for contemporary societies is to recognize that the essential services provided by these workers deserve adequate compensation, safe working conditions, and social recognition, rather than the systematic exploitation and social isolation that characterized their medieval counterparts. The memory of medieval tanners and dunghill rakers should serve as a reminder that the true measure of a civilization's advancement lies not in its technological achievements or cultural accomplishments, but in its willingness to ensure that the costs of progress are distributed fairly among all members of society. then concentrated among those who lack the power to resist exploitation. The question that haunts their legacy is whether any society can claim to be truly civilized while requiring such sacrifices from its most vulnerable members, and whether technological progress that eliminates degrading work while failing to address the systematic inequalities that created such work represents genuine human advancement or merely more sophisticated forms of the same. Fundamental exploitation. The 8 miserable jobs we have explored: gong farmers, senators, leech collectors, fullers, whipping boys, spit boys, tanners, and dunghill rakers represent more than just historical curiosities or examples of medieval hardship. They reveal the hidden architecture of civilization itself, the systematic exploitation and human sacrifice that every society requires to maintain the cleanliness, order, and functionality that its privileged members take for granted. These professions existed at the intersection of necessity and revulsion. Essential yet despised, creating classes of workers who maintain society's physical and spiritual foundations, while being forever excluded from participating in the benefits of their labor. The patterns revealed by these medieval occupations continue to operate in contemporary society, though often in forms that are less visible and more technologically sophisticated than their historical predecessors. Every civilization creates its own versions of these invisible workers' people who sacrifice their health, dignity, and social standing so that others can enjoy the benefits of progress without confronting the true costs of their comfort and convenience. The question that haunts the memory of these medieval workers is whether any society can claim moral legitimacy while requiring such sacrifices from its most vulnerable members, and whether technological advancement that eliminates degrading work while perpetuating systematic inequality represents genuine human progress or merely more sophisticated forms of the same. Fundamental exploitation. The legacy of these 8 professions serves as a reminder that the true measure of a civilization's advancement lies not in its technological achievements or cultural accomplishments, but in its willingness to ensure that the costs of progress are distributed fairly among all members of society, rather than concentrated among those who lack the power to resist exploitation. The medieval world's willingness to build prosperity on foundations of systematic human degradation challenges us to examine our own society's treatment of its most vulnerable workers and to consider whether we have truly transcended the moral failures revealed by these historical examples or simply found more subtle ways to perpetuate the same patterns of exploitation and indifference that characterized medieval approaches to labor, dignity, and human worth.